Yo, what's up, everybody? I like it. I mean, I use it on just about everything. We'll probably try to get it on sale, though. Sorry guys, just finishing up my lunch.
Recording to logbook.
Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome to the channel. My name is Alckemy. Yeah, we're gonna be chilling today. I'm just hanging out, making some sounds, fucking around, you know, the usual. Before we get started, we have some quick play spells to get through, which I'd encourage you all to join the Discord, submit a 15-second or less demo. You can do it once per day, and every time I go on stream, provided that I remember, I'll play your stuff out. I prefer to send me stuff that are just ideas as opposed to finished tracks, but I have no way to tell. So there's that. But yeah, let's go ahead and get through some of these. Man, I really like that. That was cool. So, I wouldn't consider this garage, but it's still pretty cool. Garage is a little more skippy. Harsh noise. Okay, gotcha. Right on. Cool little drum beat. 15 seconds, bro. 15 seconds. Yeah, you got some sick ideas, dude. Like, even all of these could be like a cool little, like, trip hop industrial EP. Oh shit. Oh dude, that was cool. This is like this reminds me of like Extreme G. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, definitely like racer vibes. Crow, what is this? What is this? Come on. Y'all are killing me. Sick. Yeah, I think you should finish all of these, to be honest, and just post that out. Welcome everybody. If you're just kind of coming in, um, any suggestions on what you all want to do today? I'm kind of open-minded. Before I went live, I was kind of just messing around and I made some snares. So these two might sound the same, but they're not. I was actually comparing Compressor Plus to the glue compressor, trying to see if I could make it work, and I can. Back to the matter, I still prefer the glue compressor because I'm used to working with it, but I'm starting to kind of figure it out. Although you kind of have to, like, not necessarily like abandon a lot of what you know, but it just behaves so strangely that you have to think about it in a different way. Yeah, there's some nice little chonkers there. Speaking of, I just put out a sample pack last night, and boy, do these drums sound good. Kick's probably not that impressive if you're on a phone, but the snares and the claps and the rims. Yeah, there's like 200 something. Tons of cool shit. Although I am a little confused as to why those aren't supposed to. I guess, did those not get. I don't know. Maybe they did. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, the pack is super cool, and it's $25 for over 1,000 samples, and you can get that on Alckemy.com. So I have zero shame in just being like, hey, put this out there. I did a good job, and I'm proud of that shit. Should make really cool rhythmic rapid fire bass lines just like the one from Tekken. I'm here now. Where's my phone? What? This is like a rock tune. Oh shit. Sorry about that. The view should be bigger now. Yeah, this is... What do you mean by quick fire bassline? This is like a rock tune. Oh, I see. There's another version of this. So this would be... Alright, look, let me educate you. This would be considered new school breaks. So whenever you say rapid fire bass lines, that's what that means. You guys down to make some new school breaks? I'm down to do that. Could I explain what Project Remote does? They're like quick fire controls that you can use on your project. Depending on what it is that you have, like let's say you have a device on here, you can kind of set this up to have quick access on your master project or whatever to. So this pertains to this right here, which is off. But if you turn this on, this is any devices that are that have macro controls or any kind of parameters. So if I were to add like an LFO, then we can find the drop down menu and you'll see that it says LFO. You can create stuff with this if you have, let's say, like a master rack or a project rack or something. So I think that I can add a new page, and then within this like performance or master performer or whatever, if I have a cool little effect rack that I want to fuck with, say something like this, I can go to the mix here. Kind of like so, and then map this to these master macros here. And I think that this was a recent addition, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think this was always available, but yeah, if you like to do performative stuff, then that's kind of cool. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think that you can also, yeah, you can also modulate these, which is pretty sick. Hey, Aaron, what's up? So it's almost like, imagine having you know, if I'm on a different track that's outside of the master track, I can still kind of access these and map them to different controllers and stuff, which is kind of cool. And it doesn't have to be macros. You can set this up to anything that's on there, but yeah, that's pretty much what it does. But generally speaking, I'm not using this. I just have my samples up. But it is a thing. Okay. Let's go into Superior Drummer. I think we'll do like 150. So what, 75? I'm going to turn this on for now, just so that way we can work with a little bit more volume. I'll turn it off later, but this is just to kind of get the vibe going. Just gonna randomize this just a little bit. Give me one sec. Need a chip. Sick. So now we just need to control the hats and stuff because those... That sounds pretty good. We just, like, everything is so loose. Nice, that sounds pretty good. So let's go into Sapeo Drama. And we need to route this. Do this around. There we go. So I'm just using this to control. Just to control the hats. So, this is Superior Drummer, and what I'm doing is, this is off, so like it's not outputting anything, but I have a kick mic, a snare mic, a hat mic, tom, a cymbal and ride, overheads, and ambiances, and then those are going inside of a drum bus. But all I'm doing is, on Superior Drummer, I'm sending this to multiple outs, and then I'm going to audio receiver and telling it where, which is just the first, the first two mics. So this is mic 1 and 2. This is mic 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then 13 and 14. So that's kind of how I'm controlling everything. I want to see if I can get a shaker in here. Search. There we go. I'm not logged into Steam. Why is it saying that I'm logged in? Okay. So which mic is this going to? Let's send this to... Probably surround, to be honest. Okay. So let's figure out where that is. There it is. Wait, what? I think that it's too quiet. Oh, maybe it's not that it's too quiet, it's just that this needs to be let go sooner. There we go. Sick. Yeah, nice. So I think, let me see what this is at. I think for like a track like this, interestingly, that's actually already pretty good. I think that for me personally, I'm gonna go with like a more of that old school style. So I don't think that, even though the drums are loud, I don't think that I'm gonna layer them. Um, I think that it sounds acoustic enough, so I don't need to, like, I'm not trying to make drum and bass with this. I'm trying to actually keep it in the breakbeat world. So what we can do is we can duplicate this and then just create some fills. Hey, Jazz, what's up, bro? Right on. Things are good. I'm just chilling. We're Numicron asked me to make some like new school Tekken style. That kind of stuff. So we're gonna kind of just start here. And we're gonna bounce back over here. Add in that rolling sampler. And then we'll start to play with some vibes. Hashtag vibes. Haha. I'm just kidding. All right. So now we need some kind of... I don't have the syntax anymore. But I did. My initial plan was to sell the syntax to get the digitone, but money's been a little less lucrative as of late. You know what? Do you have the digitone too? Or do you have the one? The first one? Yeah, I think the first one is still pretty sick. This is like, we're gonna replace this with something else, but like I have most of the Tekken 5 soundtrack. And I'm a that that soundtrack was sick as fuck. And definitely Sounds like Little Nils Framish. What is that? New version added some sweet stuff too. Oh, okay. But my fuck ups are legendary. That is pretty funny. I'm just fishing for something that's... I'm trying to create a pad out of this, but it's kind of being a little bit cantankerous. What? guys seen that? It's pretty funny. I do want to do that motion, but not right there. I want to do that here. Dude, this is such a vibe killer. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, dude. Fuck. I had some hella momentum building right there, and then it was just like, okay. Jesus. Try an inversion. Good fishing? What? Fish on. What? The fuck are you guys talking about? Some DJ scratches would be cool. I'm still trying to like get the vibe down. I'd like to add a little bit more energy to the let's quantize this. Um, we're gonna paste this here. There we go. And that way it doesn't sound weird. Like it sounds probably okay on its own, but or sorry, it sounds probably okay in context, but I can kind of tell like something feels a little bit rhythmically off. Well, now it sounds even worse. Whatever, it's fine. It's a cool little jam. Where's the cutoff of this? 79. Kind of want to see if I can add a little bit more character to it, though. To be honest with you, like, this kind of needs to stay there. It needs to be kind of clean. We can make some stuff now. I don't really feel like doing design at the moment. That's a nice little like thing that we could just kind of kind of heat in there. Well, this isn't DMB. This is a breakbeat track. If this was DMB, we'd have a pattern more like this. Be something like this. Yo, Numicron, don't be going and correcting people when you didn't even know what it was called. Nah, bro. You didn't even have a genre to this earlier. Bro. Get out of here with that shit. What did you call this earlier? Really cool rhythmic rapid fire bass lines. So don't go correcting people. I don't think so. To be honest with you, this still sounds like breaks, but I mean, this would be, if we made this at 172, this would be. Yeah, you don't need to say. Don't be that guy. Nobody likes somebody who like knows it all but doesn't know it at all. This would be more of the drum and bass thing. But this is more of like the breakbeat, like fighting game, you know, get ready for the next battle type shit. What's going on here? Oh, okay, I see. This is off. Yeah, it's 3 instead of 4. Ooh. It's so crazy. Like that's such a simple melody that if you like sing it out or you play that on a like on a piano or on a guitar, like it sounds boring as fuck. But the way that she sings this is just
Yeah.
A party!
All right.
As real as any memory in your head. As real as real, 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 real. As 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 any 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 memory in your 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 head. Head. Real any memory in your real real
You sent me a vocal thing? What? What do you mean? Why are you explaining this so vaguely? Stop being so cryptic, Jazz. I sent you a vocal thing I found the other day. Something a producer on YouTube shared the other day for people to use. That's vague as fuck. That, like, what? It's okay, I just like... No, it's all good. Yeah, I'm kind of caught in between, like, on one end, I want this to be, like, really clean. On the other end, I kind of want this to, be, like, washy, kind of like the old school style. What happened to the... There we go. Let's see if I can give this a little bit more of... I don't know if I like that better or not. But it does have a little bit more percussion to it, so it might be... Yeah, it's on both. Yeah, I want to see if I can create a couple of replacers here. See if we can create another one. Actually, I'm going to create a kick here and see if that's going to recreate the kick the way that I want it to. Nice. Yeah. Okay. So on this one, we'll create a snare. Yeah, I made these at the beginning of the stream. Uh, you know what I could do is I might be able to cheat this actually. Hmm. Maybe something like this. Hey, nice. Oh shit. Okay, cool. So we just essentially created a side, excuse me, a side chain for this. Um, which I would want this to be like really tight, but we still might be able to do some cool like mixing stuff on this or whatever. Mm, mm. Yeah, join the Discord. Where's my delay? What the fuck? How many steps are on here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why does it... Is it because it's on the 4th? Wait. 7. Does it need to be on the 5th step? Yeah, why is this in triplets? It's not, I'm just tripping. Okay. I'm not tripping. That's, yeah, that needs to be on the... Otherwise it's gonna sound weird. What is going on here? Is... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But why... Why? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm tripping. Whatever. It sounds like... When I listen to it on its own, it sounds like triplets. Sounds like Halloween. Do 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 do. It's off, but it totally sounds like some Halloween shit. This is kind of cool, so it can kind of. Yeah, that's kind of sick. what? Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your woman on the floor. Do I have any, like...
I want. In a trance.
Really? What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god, that reminds me so much of fucking uh Shadow the Hedgehog, White Jungle. Dude, I just had a nostalgia blast right there. No, I think the drums are fine. Hey, Mish. Oh, I got a package. I'll be right back. That's super cool. Kind of curious. I'm gonna bounce these out. And something that I want to play with that I think would be really fun is to, I guess, bounce this stuff out too. Instead it's a repitch. I just want to see what this is going to sound like if we slow this down. Yeah. Want to see what would happen if we change some of this stuff into a pad? Oh shit, I fucked up. I messed up. There we go. not gonna automate the tempo, but wait. I feel like they changed their algorithm. I used to like get really cool shit in like 2 clicks, and now I'm like having to really try. Making my way through the hood, down the block with a Glock. You finna get shot. Da-na-na-na-na-na. That's the grenade launcher. There we go. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, dude, I'm just having fun. Like, that's kind of what we're doing today, is just vibing out. This isn't going to be something that I'm going to be like, yo, this is my next track. I'm just having a good time making different shit. Because I never give myself permission to do it anymore. And after I wrapped up the EP, I'm like hella creatively just like exhausted, so it's nice to just make anything. Hey, hockey boy. Yo, what's up? Yeah, I'm gonna probably just pull some of that out, and that way I can remember what I played. Yeah, me too. We're just having fun. This is actually supposed to be a breakbeat track, but I kind of stemmed it off into a different direction for a little bit just to break up the monotony of it. Oh yeah? How was your stream? Man, this is a fun track. Just to kind of like throw something together and do something a little bit different. Very like video gamey. Reminds me a lot of like PS2 era. Kind of like, have you ever played Ergies? Ergies. Wait. Oh, here we go. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, man, that's good shit. I guess this would just be like a modern, much heavier and louder version of that, but ooh, I wonder if I can do. Try to harmonize with these chords here. That's really fucking funny. Did you hear it? I want this to be like a little bit more bitey. Like, you know? Or maybe I don't. Maybe I want it to be like ding 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 ding. There's this like sound from Sonic the Hedgehog. Wait, what? That's kind of cool. I think that's more of what I was looking for. Okay, is there not a way to sync these? I don't think there is. I didn't know that. They just go. Oh, it goes on play. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry. Jesus. Yeah, this is nice to listen to. I'm trying to like find the thing that's gonna tie all this together, but I'm not really sure. I probably need to like listen to a few tracks and get some references and stuff, but I think that I have most of the elements kind of down. The vibe is there. That's what's important. Yeah, I don't know what else to add at the moment. Anybody have any suggestions or questions or comments or observations? Ooh. Yeah, that melody is so what's the word? Is very haunting, I think is the right word. In all of the right ways. Might want to do something like this where we go here. X. Put this here. Put this here. Let's put that there. Wait. What's up, Ryan? What did I... What was that at last time? Like 50? Or... Oh, wait. I have a way to tell. 72... 75... 36. So... 36... Ugh. Wait, how do I... Fuck. Oh, right. That's what we do. I think we create a clip. That is this long. And on this clip, we go 36. On this we delete. And on this we go bloop. And then we go bloop. Make sure that this is bound. There we go. Then here we create a clip. This is like the easiest way that I know to create tempo automation. $64. And here we go 72. Go boink. And then we go boink. And then right here we go boink. There we go. Because now we've got this idea as well, which I really like. We can kind of loop that for a couple of bars. Look at that. 2 in 1. 2 songs in 1. Get shit on. Get shit on. Your ass. Shut the... Just kidding. There we go. We can get like a 2-for-1 special. Two for one special. That's kind of nice. I think I was playing something like... Or was it... Whatever that was cool. I'm keeping that. It's going in the next sample pack. What is it called when you lose audio quality by time stretching drastically and can it be fixed and can it be fixed using time stretching techniques? It's called I think you're thinking of just artifacts where it creates like unwanted weird stuff. And no, you can correct some of it with a tool like RX, but you can only correct like clinical things like cracks or pops or conventional artifacts, I guess. But yeah, if you time stretch too hard, then you're going to kind of break it apart. But a lot of times it's actually like what I want to do, because when you add an OTT to it, it gives it a lot of interesting texture. And that's kind of like, I value texture over cleanliness most of the time. Like I wanted you to be able to, like I want to be able to tell, what's up Levi, what the thing is, or like what the pitch or the tone. But I have seen GeoShred on iPad, but no, I have not. I haven't really been that interested in it, to be honest. It looks expensive. Wait, why is it doing that? No. I knew that something was off. Chat, drop your likes on this video. Thank you. It's actually okay, though. Yeah, something is up with this to where... like that nearly as much, to be honest. Ooh. There's this sound that I was talking about earlier that I really like. It's called S3. Yeah, I'll find it. There's not too many, but this, like, I really want to figure out how to remake as close as possible. Let me find it. This sound. This is the dopest. Like, I don't know why, but this is one of the coolest fucking... And I think that it's just sine waves. But, dude, this thing is so sick. Part of the reason why I like it so much is because it just kind of has that texture that's like if we were to just make a bass line out of this, so like a... Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Yeah, like this is so cool. That's interesting. Sorry, I better, like, put this off. Otherwise, I'm going to try to figure this out, and it's going to take me forever, and then I'm going to lose everybody. Yeah, there's not really anything else that I want to do to this, though. Does anybody have any questions about anything? this reminds me a lot of, well, quite a few things. It reminds me a lot of like that old school 2000s fighting games. But it also reminds me of fucking Sonic Adventure 2. Do you guys remember White Jungle? Anybody? Motherfucker's more quiet than a ghost. More quiet than a ghost. Yeah. Anybody remember this shit? So fucking cool. No? I think just like more texture and more like little melodies and details and stuff will probably fill this out. I don't even know if I want to keep this part, to be honest. The break, this little glitch break thing right here is pretty cool, but yeah, I'm not sure about this. Well, I'll keep it in and I'll export this first. And then after I export it, then I'll move it over to the side and figure out what I want to do next. But yeah. That was pretty fun. Is there anything else that anybody wants to see? That's kind of how today's project started, was somebody was like, yo, make a rolling bass line. Like Tekken. I was like, alright, I'll do my best. Oh yeah? Sweet. No way. Oh my gosh. Wow, that is so funny. Haha. Wow. Yeah. Great chatting with you guys. What the fuck does someone have to do? Chat. Chat. Jesus Christ, man. All by myself. Probably just use this as the verse and chorus. We'll see. If anyone's just coming in, I'm like practically begging chat to say something. There's not really much else that I want to do today on this project. I'm down to stick around for a bit, but I don't really have anything else that I want to do or a point of direction. So if anyone has any questions about anything, I would like to know. Otherwise. Didn't even know you were streaming. I stream 4 days a week, bro. I'm like always live. Have any of you all played Tekken 8? Speaking of soundtracks, like, I'm so disappointed. It's like terrible. Oh my gosh. YouTube shadow banned me like I'm not even on your suggested. Anywho, but bought that new pack you dropped. Yo, thank you so much. Did you like it? I think the soundtrack is just whack. Like, I'm going through it in the background while I'm waiting for chat. And it's like, it's weak. Oh, you're just now buying? Oh, thank you. Yeah, let me know what you think. I put a lot of, oh shit, I put a lot of time into it, but um it's like honestly it's got good shit. Like a lot of stuff in here are things that I've either used or will be using in the future. And like part of the benefit of me making sample packs is, for one, it forces me to sort everything that I have, but two, you know what I mean, I can put it out for sale for relatively cheap. But like the breaks and stuff in here, yeah, like, I feel free to disagree, but everything, like, this shit hits. We've got huge kicks. With lots of texture and stuff. Over 200 claps and snares. Tons of different, like, so much variety here. Yeah, so just tons and tons of good shit. We got some subs. And we have some pads. This is like kind of like vibe starters. That's what I should have called this, to be honest. But these are just, which there's a lot of these in here too. But yeah, these are just for what's it called? Just kind of throwing in as a project vibe. And some of it's just nice. That is so sick. I should have made that into a track. Yeah, like just cool stuff. And then I've got some, this is mostly percussion, but just different percussive glitches and stuff. Then we got a bunch of different bass chops in here. Yeah, so I don't know, man. I think for 25 bucks, this shit is a steal. I've had a hardware itch lately and been eyeballing the Moog DFAM or Behringer version analog drums that come out. The thing is lovely. Can you put your own drums in it, or is it a drum synth, or is it? I don't know. You know, something that I've been actually having a lot of fun with lately is let me save this and then open up a different thing. Are you in are you in Logic, Bad Lux? I don't remember. Or are you in Bitwig? But yeah, even so, analog drum synth but sounds so grimy and warm. Oh, you're in Ableton? Dude, you should see like if you get the chance, check out some of those like shitty drum synths that Ableton has. Because these little guys, like I've been having a lot of fun with these. And you only really need like a few effects. So you have a filter plus, a compressor plus, then an over. Like with these three things, you can get some crazy shit. That's almost there, actually. Yeah. We can add. And like once you have kind of your basis of this, um, you just add like cool texture and shit. Needs just a little bit of stereo in it. Uh, Bit Crusher maybe. Like, dude. If anybody's wondering, this is how I made all those drums. Like, all of those were interesting. I'll probably pull those all out, so. But, I mean, yeah, just using this as like as a starting point. Group this. And then you can try like the V9 kick instead. Just pretty cool. Try a different convolution. Interesting. That was the one. Sorry. Universal Audio Polymax synth is free only for a few days, so may want to grab it. Yeah, if anyone is interested in it, I personally do not need anything else. Like, if anything, what I'm trying to get more into is just look at this. Everything except for this. This is the last issue that I feel like Bitwig needs. A limiter would be cool too. But a multi-band compressor that I can get to sound at least on par with the fuse compressor. I don't need it to be exactly the same, but I want it to have certain characteristics about it that like it needs to check some boxes for me. But yeah, the fuse compressor is unfortunately like one of my 5 desert island synths or something. But other than that, like it would be really nice to just go full on Bitwig. Of course, I'll never, I'll never abandon Faceplant. But as far as making drums go, like for the most part, actually, most of the now that I think about it, most of the snares and stuff that I make are just with polymer. Like I might do some other stuff, but like making stuff like this. Wow, that sounded really good. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I was just surprised at how good that sounded today. But, you know, that's all polymer. And sorry, not trying to advertise, but if anybody's interested, I have a drum master class on how I do all this shit inside Bitwig. Also, Phase Plant. I just put out a drum course for Serum. I have a drum course, yeah, Serum, Bitwig, Phase Plant. I do not have a drum course on Ableton. I don't think that I'm going to do one. And the reason why is because I would send you to Chi. Go to Chi if you want a drum master class in Ableton. I would also say that he does everything better than I do, but I don't think that he's got resources on Bitwig stuff like that. Although we should. Yeah. So other than that, I've just been, yeah, forgive me. I've been putting out a lot of products, and I don't expect anybody to buy them, but if there's something that you're interested in, I have something for you, you know, and I'm just trying to make it so I can make music. And also, I am open-minded. If there's anything that you all want me to include or like want me to do in the future, I'd like to know, because I feel like I've kind of covered everything that I can possibly think of. I bought the Insidium pack today, and it's already found use. It's tight as fuck. Yo, thanks, Taylor. I really appreciate that. If it's not too much trouble, I have a review video, and could I like just get a candid testimony of like, please be honest, like what you like, what you don't like, all of that. That would help me out a ton. And it doesn't have to be long, but word of mouth has been the way that I've done all this stuff and grown. And also, if you send me some, or if you do something cool, send it to me, or tag me on Instagram or something. But yeah, I definitely want everybody to be like, anytime I put something out, I want you to open it and be like, yeah, that was a good buy, that was a good choice, that was a good deal, because that makes, you know, I don't know, I don't like doing shady business like that. And yeah. Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Other than that, I don't really have anything else that I want to do today, guys. I'm down to cover something. I don't know what to do. I spent the last few hours working on a cool little breakbeat track, but other than that, I'm kind of out of ideas for the moment. I will say that we will be back tomorrow. Probably in the evening, like late. So probably I'll be online tomorrow, but probably later than right now. I have a lot of shit to do tomorrow. So Corey and I are gonna go look at some dogs. We're thinking about adopting. We're gonna go to the shelter and go to some foster places and see what's available. Then I have a tournament at 5, and then after that I'll come straight home and then hop online and just kind of shoot the shit and do something similar to today. But I think for the next few weeks, I'm open to taking requests if there are certain genres or things that you want to see. Since I finished the CP that I was working on, and I also finished the sample pack, I'm kind of just in like play mode, and it's been really nice. It's been really nice to just be like, all right, I'm just gonna fuck around today and see what happens and not really care. I don't know. I suppose tomorrow we could just like get lost in some generative sound design or something, because I feel like I haven't done anything like that in a while. But um, I don't know. Is there anything that you all are curious about or wondering about? So, I think Corey really wants a Pomeranian. I personally would like a Whippet. Um, None of those are available. So we're gonna look at some Huskies. We're gonna look at some German Shepherds. We're gonna look at some kind of Dachshund mixes. I can't remember what the other ones were, but I think there's like 5 dogs that we're gonna try to look at tomorrow. And what we are most likely going to do is probably just be like a foster home, and kind of just take care of the doggos unless or until it gets adopted or something, and then or we might just like pull the trigger and commit and be like, all right, that's the one. But we're definitely like, I know that I don't really go on camera anymore. It's not that I don't like being on camera. I just like being able to turn on the computer and not give a shit about how I look. It's pretty nice. But when we get a dog, there definitely will be the doggo cam, which will be very exciting. We're going to get a bed for it. It's going to get a chew toy, and it's going to chill. So our neighbor actually said that she has a dog available, and we met it. It was like an Australian Shepherd mix, like an Aussie. But I think that she changed her mind on us. But oh my gosh, it was so cute. It's like 9 months old, and it's already potty trained. Ugh, my heart melted. And she was so sweet and so gentle. I don't blame her for wanting to keep that dog, because we would have, let me tell you, we would have swooped that fur baby so fast. Does anybody remember when I used to live with my brother and we had 3 dogs? That was almost 5 years ago now, but damn, that's fucking crazy. That was 5 years ago. What the fuck? Yeah, me too. We've been trying to figure it out because, you know, uh, Corey works pretty long hours and I work from home. And so I'm here all day and I'll have to like pretty much watch it 24/7. But at the same time, I I'd be lying if I, you know, wouldn't be like, "Hey, little Poochie, come over here. Come give me snuggles." It would be nice. Yeah, dude. How could I forget? I remember the time we got out and the shake got knocked over by the dog's tail. Holy shit, you've been with me for a long time. Wait, how could I forget? Remember that one time we got in and out and the shake got knocked over by the dog's tail? Wait. We got in and out and the shake got knocked over by the dog's tail? We got in and out? Who is this? And the shake got knocked over by the... Are you sure that's me? Because when I was living with my brother, we didn't have in and out. Oh my god, I was like, what the fuck? Shit. You got me. I was like, how? What? My brother doesn't live somewhere where they have in and out. They have in and out in Vegas, but I haven't had any dogs out here. So I was like, what? What the actual fuck? It's like, who are you and where's my daughter, you son of a bitch? No, I'm joking, but Yeah, it was Moon Boy female Vox. Oh, Jazz, no. Okay, good laugh. Okay, carry on. Um, well, I'm kind of just shooting the shit right now, so. Wait, dude, what? What did you say? That sounds like fucking the bus driver lady from South Park. What did you say? No, can't mess with that, Jazz. Can't mess with that. I don't really dig the Moon Boy stuff. No shade to Moon Boy, but I just no, I'm good. I'm cool. I'm cool. That is a talented kid, though. He is very good at what he does. Speaking of, why would you buy a sample pack from me when you could just buy rocket powered sound? Rocket powered sounds. Wait, you can get MIDI chords. Unison, unison audio. Don't. You want a beautiful melody? I'm gonna walk up to a random dude and grab them by the shirt and shake them. You want a beautiful melody? Oh my god, I don't know. On a more serious note, my neighbor. Oh my god. Oh fuck, dude. Jesus, man. That was random as fuck. I am really sorry to hear that. I actually have a question for you. One, are you okay? Two, I remember that you were going through a lot of stuff a few years back, but I think if I remember correctly, you were on the come up. Um, are you doing okay? I think that was you. Actually, a lot of people in here. I feel terrible for some of you all going through some crazy shit. Well, we all go through crazy shit, but it just came to mind. Recently been okay. That's good to hear. I'm really sorry to hear about that though, man. Um, you know, I have to be like 100% transparent. Somebody came in here today, or not today, but like I want to say a few weeks ago, and they were kind of like typing down like the thoughts or whatever, you know, like oh I want to kill myself and whatever. And yeah, I feel like I should have talked to that person, but at the same time, like because there's like potentially like kids in here and stuff, even though this is like an 18 and older stream, I was like, you know, I had to like delete the chat or whatever. But if anybody is not feeling okay, the suicide hotline is really like there are people that will talk to you as long as you need to. Um, please call the suicide hotline. I had some health issues, but I'm getting better week by week. I guess it's just a byproduct of getting older, right? Um, yeah, like we all have health issues. I've got some major shit going on that I don't know what to do with. Like luckily it's not something that's like life threatening or anything, but for anybody that's like in their 30s, you all have like some lingering shit that you know you probably need to be cut open for, but you don't want to because you don't want to be cut open. That's kind of how I feel right now. I'm like, I'm good. I'll just I'll be fine. Knock on plastic, nothing drastic. You know what I'm saying? Can I get a? Oh yeah. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome. We're just hanging out. I'm taking questions if anybody has any. 30 and procrastinating the dog gang. Yeah, exactly, right? I did make myself go to the dentist. My niece breeds and sells dachshunds out here in Palmdale. Oh, you're from California? Big ups. I'm from Sherman Oaks and North Hollywood. That's where I grew up. Big ups. I'm gonna reach out to people often, knowing about my neighbor. Yeah, I maybe like just check on them and see if they're okay, because I'm sure that if it was sudden for you, it was probably shocking for them. But I'm hoping that's something that the neighborhood will come together about, because that's traumatic. Even if like, you know what, I had to talk somebody down off a cliff figuratively the other day, and they were telling me kind of some similar stuff, that they were just like done. They were like done, and it was somebody that goes to the gym, and at my gym there's a lot of people that we all do like flips, and some people break dance, and some people just do circus shit, and some of us do a little bit of everything. But he's really good, very talented. But he was like, man, I'm like in my late 20s, and I don't even want to live anymore, and this and that. And I'm like, dog, you are so good, for one. But two, I'm like, I expect to see you at the gym every time I come in, because it's not the same without you. And in the same way, I imagine that the person that, recently passed is kind of going to have that same thing, right? Where you're used to seeing that person. Like maybe you only see them when you take the trash out, or, you know what I mean, when you're coming home or whatever. But like, it's weird. It's really weird. Um, and it's a part of life, and all that other stuff. But it also hits different when somebody left too soon. And yeah, that's super sad. And then regarding the dog situation, I think that we're going to try to adopt, because we want to try to save an animal. Um, I 100% fucking love dachshunds, and would love to have a brand new little baby born dachshund. But at the same time, I think that we're going to try our hand at like a shelter, or just somewhere that we can give a dog a chance. That's kind of how I feel about kids too. Like I don't want kids, and I don't ever see myself raising one. But if I came into, billions and billions of dollars, that I had, you know, as many resources as I possibly could to take care of a child, I'd probably adopt, because they didn't ask to be here. Kids, man. Best decision I made was going to the shelter and finding your best friend. That is so wholesome. Hi, Kay. Did you get a dog or a cat, or what'd you pick up? What kind of fur baby did you get? I think like the hardest thing about a shelter is, and I don't know if you all feel this way or not, but I'm actually deathly afraid to show up, because A, I feel like it's just going to like break the fuck out of my heart, and two, like, how could you possibly pick one? That's actually what I'm more curious about, is like, how did you find the one for you? Rescued two dogs. One is still with you. You had to give one up because of changing living situation. Ah, dude. Fuck, man. Ouch. I, yeah, I, no, no. I feel like if I adopt a dog, like I would want them to be attached at the hip, and I understand like life situations are very real, and that stuff happens, but that would just, yeah, that would also probably break me. Um, it's like your kid, you know? Except it has 4 legs instead of 2, and it always begs for food. Oh, sick! An American foxhound. Your wife's work had San Diego shelter bring like 20 dogs in for the opportunity for people to adopt, and he stayed with us the whole time, so it was meant to be. That's so cool. We're gonna kind of do like a foster meeting as opposed to just going to the shelter. We've heard some pretty nasty stories about the actual shelter and about how kind of slimy they could be. But we're hoping that if we go the foster adoption route, that these dogs will, I don't know, just hopefully not be so broken. Do any of you watch that one guy that just sits with dogs for like an hour and like gets them to come out of their shell? Buddy took him, so I know it went to good hands. It's very difficult because he moved to Utah, so never see him. I mean, it sounds like you did the next best thing. It sounds like you, what's it called? It sounds like you gave him to somebody that is going to take good care of him, and like, what else can you do, right? But yeah, dude, that's like, I don't know why, but animals are the fastest way to tug on heartstrings, at least for me. But you can best believe that we are going to spoil the fuck out of it, whatever we decide to get, when we decide to get one. Um, I really want to, yeah, it'll be the Alckemy doggo. I mean, of course, it'll be Corey's dog too, but let's be real. If it's with me all day, every day, it's probably going to love me more than it loves her. Just nobody tell her I said that, okay? Actually, you can. I've already told her. Sorry, big tangent on dog stuff, but did anybody have any like production questions about anything by chance, or anything that you all wanted to see, or I don't know, something of the sort? For those of you who are just coming in, we did a bunch of sound design earlier, and I worked on kind of like a 2000s break track that, I don't know, reminded me of Tekken. You can scroll back to see what we were doing there. There was a lot of production and non-talking, and now I'm kind of in the mood to have a discussion about something. I don't know. Maybe I'll listen back to this a few times, and if I feel like it tomorrow, I'll work on it some more. Do I use Current, or is Faceplant my one and only? Yeah, I actually I do use Current. Did you has it been a while since you've been here? Um I have some like promo coming out for them, and clip then limit, or limit then clip then limit always. Clip it and limit. That's the motto of 2020. This track right here is produced almost exclusively with Current. There's a couple of like small things in here that maybe I have one instance of Faceplant. I'm planning on doing like a walkthrough video of this at some point, but I haven't decided what I want to do with the track yet. But yeah, I'll play this for you as soon as this is done loading. But yeah, as you can see, everything on the left is either Current or a sample of Current. Sorry, Jesus. Billy has been so slow lately. Okay, yeah. So this is the track that I have that I did for minimal audio. Hat processing and pattern, that's a broad spectrum. For some reason, I can't ever find myself head nodding to the hats I put down. Big inspiration in the shades. Yeah, I do. Let me play. It's funny you say that. Take a listen to this track. Hey, Mike. Yes, I am. I'm using a trackpad. Yeah, so um yeah, pretty much everything except for a couple of things like the vocals, of course, and then some bass fills. There's this like little triplet thing in here somewhere. I can't remember where it is, but that was also like a sample. Hey babe. But yeah, everything else was made in Current, and I think that Current, even though it doesn't really have a lot of unique features, it sounds really good. And that hi sweetie. No. And the just the algorithm of it is kind of worth it alone, I guess. But yeah, I would say like it doesn't have anything unique other than that the effects are really high quality, and that alone kind of makes it stand out. Like it's got fuse compressor built into it, which is kind of hard to beat. But yeah, and so regarding your question with hi-hat patterns and drums and stuff, like I think that this track only has, yeah, it's just a kick, a snare, and a hi-hat, dude. So if you look at this, this is the kick. Well, there's a couple of other textures on here, but nothing that like has rhythm placement other than the hat. So like that's it. So my hats are late, and then my snares are a little bit early, and that's how you get that push. And if you want it to sound a little bit more like it's driving, then you make your snare a little bit early, you push your hats a little bit late, and that's how you get that. But I mean, other than that, there's not really a whole lot else going on here. That's like the whole drum group. There's like some textural things that go over the one of the kick and then some vocals or whatever, but that's it. So like if you want the down low on stuff when it comes into, let's just say halftime, this stuff might be usable actually. But what you kind of want to think about is, well, it depends. If you're wanting to do shade stuff, then turn your kick off, grab a hi-hat, Alckemy hat. Oh, sorry, hold on one sec. Alckemy hat. Yeah, there we go. And just focus on this right here. Just this. Push this a little bit late, push this a little bit early. You can turn the metronome on. And you see how this kind of creates a different vibe, a different feel. Let me pull this off. Pull this off. Or what happens if you do this? See how that kind of creates like a skip? If you push this on time, close to on time anyways. Or you can kind of do something like this. Well, some stuff I have, like, I'll show you here in a second. This isn't swing. I have a video on this. It's called rubato. But, like, this is just, like, 0 to hero application. What I tend to do with a lot of stuff is, like, if I'm starting a new track, let me see. I'm just going to pull up Faceplant. And I'm going to get some stuff in here. So, pork. Shouldn't have even done that. This takes forever. I'm really hoping with Faceplant 3.0, whenever that comes out, that this is like way more efficient, because the search of this makes me not want to use this. So yeah, let me just get some percussion sounds out of here. And then let me turn these slice EQs off, because that's what's creating those resonances. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So what I would do must be, not really, no. Oh, you mean like, yeah, it's not that much. I do have like 1,000 plus patches though. So take something that you like, you know, find something in here that sounds kind of cool. So we'll take this, and we'll take this. And I like to start with at least 2 sounds. And you don't want to make it too complicated, but at least a couple of sounds, because what you can do is create a call and response with them. So go here. We'll just start like this. And then let's listen to this. Okay. So this is going to sound stupid until it comes together. But just bear with me, okay? Where did you even come from? Hail! But do you see how we've kind of created a rhythm that is almost completely off of the grid? The only thing that's actually on the grid is this little thing right here. Everything else is off. And so if you start a track, and I don't do this anymore personally for other reasons, but when I was working on this to cultivate, I started all of my tracks with percussion. And the reason why was because I was trying to work on just my rhythm and timing. Because once you have something like this now, then when you start to add in your anchors, which is usually a snare or something, it's going to help you kind of make sense of what's going on. So take a listen. Right? Because this snare has a distinct sound compared to these two, it kind of serves as your home. And so it's a lot easier to get familiar with what's happening. We can even do something like this too. Did I go to LA recording school? No.
We're from LA, yeah.
I'm from LA. Have you all seen my video on how to make sine waves? So you can do something like this now as well. Right? You can also make this one a little bit later if the track is slow enough. So if we go to like 82-ish, and then maybe we can have some variation on this. Command J. Yeah, I only have 1 semester of formal education in music, and it was the biggest fucking waste of time in my life. So now when we talk about like hats and stuff, these are cool. They're just too quiet. Now we want to kind of find something that's going to complement this. So check this out. We can just use this percussion to place this where it wants to go. Kind of like that. And then some other things that you can do if you're on Ableton or Bitwig is track delay. So even though this stuff is off, I'm going to apply track delay to the whole thing. But see, now we've kind of created something that is kind of tangible. And like I have a the reason why I stopped doing stuff like this is because I have a tendency to go overboard with it. And that's why a lot of times I've pulled back quite a bit on like how complicated I make my drums, because you really don't need a lot of shit. But I have a lot of fun with layering, or yeah, just with adding elements that are rhythmic. And so yeah, that's like kind of one of my like cardinal sins of making halftime and stuff, is just like overdoing the drums hella hard. Yeah, that's sick. But sometimes you can get stuff like this and just make texture out of it. But this is how I make beats that are like in the halftime genre or whatever. But I mean, even if you were to take all of the accents away and just use the hats, it should still work. And so if you have a kick, we're gonna go for a more subtle, kind of a more subtle texture on here. There we go. Boom, boom. We can move this kick off a little bit, kind of like that. And then we can kind of just repeat the pattern, you know. And put this just before a triplet, so that way we can also do something like this if you want to roll it a bit more. They hating. If you add like a shaker or something. You can add some syncopation. So like a so we can just use the timing of this. So like that should be here. We can put it right there. Put this right here. And then something that I like to do with all of these is to just variate them by changing the fades. Kind of like so. And like really, this is kind of like, even what I'm showing you right now is relatively, I'd say, advanced. You can just literally throw everything on grid and put a time delay on it. So you don't actually need to do all this other extra shit with making everything off or whatever. But something that I enjoy is making, like, trying to break this as much as possible without it completely falling apart. So we can put this here like that. Let's listen to that. And then just pit them up against each other and see how they do. It still works. Because like your brain just kind of goes somewhere else with it, which is something that I really like. So we can do something like this with a ring mod. Dango the Kango the ring mod, man. We can duplicate this and give it some spin, which is something that I really like to do. Yoink, 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 yoink. And then something cool is that because we have placement over these clips, and keep in mind like everything, and that's the most important thing, is like you don't to practice this, you don't even need like good drums. You just need to focus on the actual like where does this go? Because if you do, then you will start to realize that these clips can be anything, you know? So we can do, you know, maybe something like this. Actually, yeah, that's cool, because that, actually no, now we actually have something that feels like it's a like a hook or something. We can just add a little bit of reverb to it. Yes. You don't tell me no. Sure. So everything in here has been just drums, but we kind of already have like a nice little bass, which we can make this a little bit louder, I think. But we can use this and this as our hook, and it's something that you can, you know, play on repeat. And then once you have something like this, you can do like really cool little things like this to where you move it off a 16th note. This is like a classic Cage trick that I steal all the time. But now even just making one subtle change like this, I don't know, maybe 2 subtle changes just for fun. We've created A, B, C, B. So we've created a call and response with our drums that kind of give it a little bit more dynamism. Yeah, so thank you for coming to my TED Talk. This is how I make drums, or drum patterns. But it all starts with the rubato thing. And I have a video on it that you can check out. And shout out to Cage and Chi and Zane, because they're the ones that taught me how to do this. I didn't just figure this out. In fact, I had been producing for like 8 or 9 years before I finally just like bit the bullet and started paying Cage for lessons, and was like, dude, please teach me how to make halftime. And, you know, he did a freaking phenomenal job. And once he did that, I was like, oh shit, okay, I get it. And, well, actually that's not true. It took me a couple years to cultivate, but if it's not sounding quite right, my best advice to you would be to use less elements and just focus on the interactivity in between 2 to 3 things happening at once. And then anything else that you add as far as like rhythm or percussion, put it over something that's already on there, like a kick or a hat or a snare. Just reinforce that, or like reinforce every other one or every other one. But that relationship will help you so much with building, especially with the Shades kind of stuff. Like, they make really simple drums. And the more that you can kind of focus on that simplification, the more that it has space for the other elements to come in, like your basses or, you know, leads or vocals or whatever. And you don't need a whole lot. But if you're trying to do like some boom bappy / like coastal beat, like East or West Coast stuff like this, then you want more simple musicality and more intricate layers for your drum rhythms, you know? And like you can find a mix between both, but I tend to, if I make something like this, I tend to just not have like crazy stuff going on all at once, because there's not enough space and your brain can only pay attention to so many things. Taking it serious, realized how fundamentals I was missing, got tons of knowledge on what I like to make and holes in a lot of common shit. Yeah, same. That's kind of That's kind of what happened with me. And you know what else you're going to realize is like you're going to start putting focus in certain things and you're going to lose other things, except when you forget them and you come back, it's going to be a little bit easier to remember. But that's just kind of part of it, you know. What, did that sound stupid?
It was just very long. Like, it kept going and going.
Oh.
It's not stupid, though. It makes sense. Absolutely.
There's going to be a time when you remember some shit and then you like forgot it, but when you remember, then like you no longer forget. Cha. Corey likes my Californian accent. Yeah. Did anybody else have any questions about this? What's your question? Huh? What's for dinner? What? Do I look like your first little chef? Do I? You ask me what's for dinner? I mean, I can make some. Oh. I don't know. Do you want to go get something? So you're not even hungry? So what? Give it to me straight, baby. What are you thinking? What do you want? Tell me what's on your mind.
I love some noodles from Shang Artisan Noodles down the street, or going to get pho.
Okay. Pho sounds good, or noodles sound good. Maybe not Chinese noodles, but what makes me reach for a particular reverb? Just character.
It has strong ethics.
Yeah, it needs good. I always reach for a reverb that has good integrity. Yeah, but I've like you kind of learn what reverbs sound like, and they're not all the same. If I want something that is really washed out, then I'll usually go for ROM or for Big Sky. If I want something that's really small, then I'll reach for Pro R2 or Valhalla Room. If I want something that's experimental, then I'll just grab the actual reverb. Bad Luck says in and out.
I mean, I would just get the chocolate shake.
That's all you would get? You wouldn't even get fries?
No, I lie. I would get fries.
Okay, I was like, what? Girl, you crazy? Oh my god. Well, melt your popsicle. Wow,
That was really good.
Okay, I'm gonna bounce that out and get that little turn down for what? Well, how you're singing it is not how it's either. It's turned down for what? She sings turn down for what? Like she's on Broadway. Turn down for what? Turn down for what? Oh my god, it reminds me of what's that Saturday Night Live skit with Kristen Wiig, and she's like, and I found a dead cat on the road and I ate it. Like that's what that's what that reminds me of. Gonna pop in here and there in the future. We'll send you a track within City of Shines. Take it easy. Yeah, dude, thanks so much for coming and thank you so much for grabbing the pack as well. And I saw your review as well. So thank you thrice. For anybody else, if you guys are interested in my samples and stuff, it's $25 for over 1,000 samples that all sound like this stuff. Turned down for what? Detuned. No, Corey can keep a tune. She just chooses to sing stuff differently. In fact, she tells me to stop singing because I can't sing a tune.
Spark joy.
You told me to stop like 2 nights ago. You were like, stop.
I was making it funny.
She was like, please, for the love of fuck. Please stop. You're killing me. My ears are bleeding. And now my eyes are too. She was making a funny. Yeah. Anyway, I think that this is a good time to bounce off. Much love, guys. Thank you so much for coming in. Alckemy.com. Sample pack. Yeah. All right. I'll see y'all later. Have a great rest of your evening. I'll be on late tomorrow. Bye. Have a good one, everybody. Much love.